G'day, you dunce. How are we? Sunday morning. H-Hive's already taken first. And more to the 24-hour stream. Nice. Nice. I think everything's set up. I may not have had breakfast yet. So we will see how this goes. Alright, I want to get this gameplay loop implemented today. So we can already get the information. So we're building these out. Yeah. Alright. Before we do that, we'll knock out some of this. What up, Dex? How are you? Hello. More towards the goal. That goal's gonna get hit so easily. The last day of JernJam at this rate is going to be a 24-hour stream. And you know what that means. You know, that means we're going to be raiding in to Irish John at the end of that stream. Be a real party. What the hell game is this? It's not a shooter, so it's not going to be that. Dark Souls. 2017, 2018. Not an RPG either. Shit, that's right. A third-person game that's not shooter or RPG, but has action? What? What on earth? This is weird. Rules out Celeste. Rules out any GTA, anything Oblivion related. It's not Assassin's Creed, is it? No, because that's Ubisoft. Yeah. I don't know. Like everything I can think of that's third person. Okay, hack and slash adventure single player. That is third person. Darkest Dungeon? No. Sega Ryuga Gotoku. I have no idea who that is. It's Sega though. Is it? No, it's not Sonic. Something Capcom. What up, Mr. J? How are you?
Good Australia morning to you. Good aunt.
Good Australia to morning to you, Red Rum. Ah, good morrow indeed. I have no idea who Ryuga Gotoku Studios is.
and there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. This game has... This game's eluding me. It's not going to be a Banjo-Kazooie. It's too late for that. So I couldn't send you them docs. It said I didn't have permission to send you a message. I'll throw it into Discord. If you pop it into one of the Discord channels and such, you can get more than just my take on it. Yeah. I don't know. What is it? Judgment. Yeah, I've never even heard of that game. Never even heard of Judgment. Never even heard of Judgment. It needs to be there. This is where it gets horrible. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this one. Nice, we can do that. Now I just need to figure this side out because we're still missing one up there. No, I'm not going to figure that out. What up, Sammy? How are you doing? This is what I play every time I watch Hypno stream. How does investors work? Since I got a big project, I was planning on hiring some people. That's why I don't... So it doesn't take me 25 years. I don't know how investors work. I've never dealt with investors or anything like that. I do know that in Australia, there's different things for each state. Thanks for the shout out, Boolean. Everyone check out Boolean. Boolean's great and amazing, doing Godot stuff, making a game about bees and beekeeping stuff at the moment. For JernJam as well. With Australia, there's things like Screen Vic or Vic Screen. And what you can do with Vic Screen, such like if you live in Victoria and you making a game or a movie or a TV show or music or art or something, you can actually go through here and you can apply for grants and such. So you need to provide them with like an actual timeline, like an actual list of what you need to do, who you need to get to do what it is that you want to make, why it's something that should be done, all that kind of stuff. And then you've got they can depending on what it is, you can get like a few 100,000 for it. But obviously, like, it's not just his money. You have to, yeah. Do you have states in Australia or just cities and counties? States and territories. Australia has 5 states and 2 territories. Queensland, Western Australia, South Australia, New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania. We have 6 states. Tasmania. I forgot about Tasmania. And then there's Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory. So. Yeah. Then each of those places has their own capital, and then Australia's capital city is Canberra, which is, funnily enough, Australia's capital city is inside the Australian Capital Territory. Who would have thought? So what we want, I need to keep something against the call. I need a way of keeping track of all the data that we've got. So like what symptoms they've told you about. The one that, like, the thing that bit you. Obviously, like, we can just use these to do that. Which means I probably do need. That, if we're being honest. There's so much stuff in this that can be improved. All right. Let's see. We need to keep track of what has been revealed. So asked about biter, asked about description, asked about bite description, asked about symptoms, asked about, actually, I can simplify this. Asked photo, asked bite photo, and what else is there? G'day, David. How are you doing? You are late. Don't forget your 24-hour stream requires you to contribute your points, your channel redeems, your Godokins to the 24-hour goal, the community goal. Yeah. if we hit it, I plan on the last day of JernJam being 24 hours. It's going to be big. You did that already? You can contribute every day. Every day you can contribute. Actually, I think it's every stream. I think it's every stream, so you can contribute 2,000 points maximum twice a day because I stream twice a day. Yeah. Yeah.
Howdy.
Howdy, Razor. How are you doing? What's going on? Look at that. That's our deadline. So keep track of what has been revealed. I have no channel points and I must contribute. Alright, let's get this medium sauce. Good old medium sauce. Let's see here. Don't want that to come out too fast. Otherwise, I'd be having a bad time. Look at that. Cheers. Oh my god. I'm out of coffee too. Hello, creeper. Every time I start. It's not even every time I start. Oh my god. It's not even every time I start streaming. It's every morning. Oh. I officially found the stupidest way to access USB drive without driver hell. And what is this way? Oh. Oh. I forgot it was morning in Aussie time. I think everyone does. Oh my god. Asked activity. Ooh. That's gonna be on the tongue for a while. RayLib scrollable area. Ooh. Just imagine if you had to use this command line. Just imagine if I had to use this command line. And using the bootloader to load a module, but it's just a binary file that has nothing to do with a module, and setting its command line name to the file name. Oh my god. That sounds horrible. So that's all well and good for a texture, but I need an actual scrollable area. Scrollable text box and stuff. Janky-ashi, but works. Hey, as long as it works, it doesn't matter. Like, we can do this to, like, move it down, but that's not what I need. What do we do? Create a render texture with your text box size. Store your text in a vector. Store your scrolling in a variable. And also give it a fixed integer from line to line. Check if the text is inside the render box. And draw it down to your render texture. This should automatically crop your text box. So just loop your vector from the back. And if the first element in the vector gets out of the render texture, you break out of the loop. Break out of the for loop, as it's not required to check any others. Huh. RayGUI has support for text box with scrolling. I'm not using RayGUI. Not using RayGUI. Your box also seems to work. This is true. What I'm contemplating is, let me bring up the HypnotiK documents, projects, Crikey source, resources, images, game BG, PNG. What I'm thinking is I get rid of this. Are you two dealing with not that good docs? No. Like it's not that. It's like RayLib itself doesn't have like a scrollable area component or anything like that. You can't render something into a scrollable area. You have to go about and create that logic yourself. So I need to figure out how to do that. One thing I'm thinking is I get rid of this here. Right, and then what I do is I render the screen first. I render the monitor first, which will have the text be rendered and the buttons rendered and stuff like that. And then render this image over the top of it. And then when you scroll, the text box, like the text rectangle, goes up and down. But it's actually just hidden behind this background here. You know? Reminds me of when I had to implement a hacky scalable text in OpenGL. That's my working idea. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. Let's investigate this. RayLib render texture. Let's go to the cheat sheet. Let's go down to this. So this has a... I'm assuming this has like a render texture. So there's an unload render texture. Here's a load render texture. It doesn't look like there's a create render texture or anything like that. Is render texture. Check if a render target is valid. Huh? How am I creating this render texture in the first place? Am I just calling load render texture? What up, Zeg? Load render texture creates it. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Zeg. Much appreciated. Because I saw that it was returning this, but I was like, it just says load texture for rendering. It doesn't say that it creates the render texture. So I was like, huh? I also don't know what the difference is between a render texture and a regular texture. I should probably figure that out first. Texture versus render texture. Texture is basically a 2D array of pixels that you can apply to a sprite, shape, or vertex array. A render texture, on the other hand, behaves much like a render window, in that you can draw shapes or sprites or other stuff onto them, which may or may not have textures applied. And after that, you can use the render texture, just like texture. So you can apply it onto shapes, sprites, and stuff. Okay, cool. So we create our render texture, and then we render our text into the render texture. And then we scroll, like we have the draw rectangle. Where is it? So stores scrolling in a variable. Yep, get a fixed integer from line to line. Check if the text is inside the render box and draw it down to your render texture. Check if the text is inside the render box and draw it down to your render texture. This should automatically crop your text box. And we also need to store the text in a vector. So the next thing we need to do, when it says store the text in a vector, is it just measure? No, it wouldn't be measuring it. Because I do already have... these. And this basically... Why do I have you? I need those. These basically, draw text box selectable. So this allows the text box to be, or like the text with word wrapping sort of thing. So it allows word wrapping and stuff. Okay, so that's doing the glyph width. Okay. When word wrap is on, first measure how much text we can draw before going outside of the rect container. Fill this info in start line and end line. Then we change states, draw the text between those two variables, and change the states again and again recursively until the end of the text, or until we get outside of the container. When word wrap is off, we don't need the measure state, so we go to the drawing state immediately and begin drawing on the next line before we can get outside the state. So because like this here is from a RayLib example as well. I'm wondering if there's a way to hook in the scroll point to here. Like, could I... I'm thinking about passing a reference into here, or accessing in some way where the text has been drawn to. Because this is a separate thing, so... I would need to set up a separate kind of component or object or something, which would track how many lines there are and what the current scroll is. I'm late because I was streaming. Nice, Chill. Very nice. What were you streaming, Chill? So we've got start line, end line. Last K holds the value of the character position. Because we could have this. We could have this just determine how many lines it needs to draw. Like, so set this in a separate function. And then... Or... Well, we get that stuff. And then state. Yeah, I'd have to rework this completely. So that we like pull out different bits and pieces of it and go, all right, here's one function that will tell me how many lines this text can render. And what the render, like where we're currently rendering to. So that way, when we get to the point where we go, all right, this is the number of lines we can render. This is how many lines we are rendering, like how many lines there are in total. And when we get to the end, we go, all right, don't increase anymore. Like, this is as far as you can scroll, sort of thing. It's a good thing. It is a good thing I have 10 days to go. Because that's going to be interesting. If you don't need render textures, then that's fine. But they may come in handy for stuff. Like lighting, for example. Interesting. All right. So if I create another one, which is like scroll text. Scroll text H. I'm gonna do them lowercase. Is that right? I don't think that's right. NDef. Ah, that's right, because it's got this stuff too. Yep. Needs to be an end if. Then down here we go. Pop that there. And if. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. I need a class for scroll text, which is gonna have private variables for text lines, draw lines, because I think what I can do for draw lines is I can just look at the... Am I able to look at the height of a character and then divide the size of the rectangle that we're drawing in by that height, adding in like spacing and whatnot above and below? Interesting. We can have a void for calculate draw lines. Calculate lines. we can also set up public for scroll text. Scroll text. Draw scroll text. So take font. So draw scroll text. I think I might be able to just pop this up here, actually. No. I think we do need to have it in here. No. We can do that. We go like scroll text. Then string text. So whenever we go to draw the screens, like each screen has a scroll text. Which means we don't need all of this because I can just store. So in here, you can see we've got this. Draw info, draw photos, draw care, draw bytes. That there is going to handle drawing the details inside this area here. Not the side here, because that's where the buttons are, but just this area here. So we already have somewhere that we can localize things to. And we can do, under here, we can set up like a monitor scroll, monitor text lines, monitor text display lines. Now the monitor will be able to display the same number of lines each time. What if, because I probably want multiple text areas, I want multiple text areas drawn within this area. So I'm going to need that Let's do static int monitor scroll offsets. We do monitor scroll offset. And then whenever we change what we can do now, notice how that says is down. I want this to be is mouse button released. That's what I want that to be. And we can go, wanted to scroll off so we can just reset it there. What up, Bonsai? I'm using Arch Linux and I have Hyperland running. Yeah. Yeah. Good old Hyperland and Arch. And there is no way. Like, my stuff is all just kind of custom config files and such. I'm going to make a YouTube video at some point about customizing Waybar and Hyperland configs and stuff like that so you can recreate this layout or change it and use your own colors and stuff like that. And we've got this as well, which is themed the same way as well. So, yeah. Very down to watch that video. Yeah, there's a couple like that I need to get around to making, but I got some other things I need to finish first. We memory all those. And so we have monitor scroll offsets. Also, I don't think I need to mem-free these. And get rid of those. Don't need to do that. Got an NVIDIA GPU, so I had a bad experience trying Arch and Hyperland. Yeah. Yeah, Hyperland do state. If we go into... No. Hyperland Linux. Jesus Christ. Let's give me the wiki. I just want Hyperland's wiki. So here they do have, like, if you've got to follow this stuff here. No official support for NVIDIA hardware, and that's purely because of how NVIDIA drivers are kind of distributed and released and all that kind of stuff. What up, Munglo? How are you doing? So they do have some documentation, but there's no guarantee that it will work. Like you might get an NVIDIA update which causes things to break, you know? So what you could do, Bonsai, is you could set up Hyperland and you can also set up another window manager, so have two window managers. And then when you log in, you can have Hyperland selected. If there's an issue, then you log out, go back to the login screen, and then log in to your secondary window manager. So that way you don't have a system that can't run. You can still log in and do stuff. You can try to fix things with your secondary window manager and whatnot. But yes, you've got that option. Had one of those fun errors today. Spent hours looking for it and finally found it. Was an if I wrote that wasn't strict enough and resulted in replicated network objects on clients to despawn directly. That does not sound fun. I don't know why you're lying, Mungalo, and saying that sounds fun. That sounds horrendous. But yes, for anyone that's new here, we're doing JernJam, which is a game jam. This one right here. We have 10 days. We have our gameplay kind of working. I just need to figure out how to get a bunch of information written to this area of the screen and have it so that you can scroll. That's the part I don't know. I could just render stuff in this area, but that's obviously not gonna work. Right, it doesn't scroll at the moment, so I need to implement scrolling logic. Fun, horrendous. What's the difference? What's the difference but who it's afflicted upon? That's true. That's true. I tried proprietary drivers that come with Arch install, but it was still very iffy. Yeah. And that's because Arch is a rolling release. So anything Arch-based is going to be a rolling release, like CachyOS, EndeavourOS, Manjaro. All this stuff is a rolling release, which means once an update's available, you get it. Like, you can install that update when it's available. Compare that to Mint, Fedora, Ubuntu and Kubuntu, Debian, stuff like that. They have a release cycle where every so often, like every month or every 3 months or something like that, they will put out an update, which will update GPU drivers, Linux kernel, all that kind of stuff. So they test things out and get things validated and stuff before they make it available to like the general public, which is why those are often considered a more stable Linux distribution. Because if I was to run an update of Arch this afternoon, there's no guarantee that I would be able to stream tonight, because maybe that update causes things to break, and then I have to reinstall stuff, or have to spend like a day and a half or 3 days or something fixing things. So it's always a risk. But you know, if you enjoy tinkering, Arch is a fun system. It's a very fun system. So currently we're just drawing this. But what I'd want is to get a render texture 2D. That would be load render texture 2D. Let's get Sprite up. Let's see. There's 1 pixel extra on the sides there, and 1 pixel on the side there. So 2 from the width, 1 from the bottom. 2 from the width and 1 from the bottom. So 594 and 402. 594, 402. But now I'm just going to do it like that. I will change that to be a constant once I've validated things are working. I could probably even knock this down to be 582 and 390. So that way we've got like 6 pixels either side, sort of thing. The other question is what its position that we render this is going to be. So if we go... we do that, can I pass a render into that? Unload texture is render texture. Load texture for rendering. I'm assuming we just do draw texture. And render texture 2D is just inherited of texture 2D. Alright. Next thing is... so this here... is there a measure? I feel there's some sort of measuring tool. Nah. Go here. If I copy that... so that's 279 in width. So we want to draw this at 280 width. Draw texture V. Go render. Render 280, and we'll get that in a second. Let's go white. Actually, the tint we'll do is green, just so that we can see the area that it writes. No. 187, so 188. Okay, so the complaint here is gonna be this. Yep. Render texture depth texture is going to be monitor text. Get rid of that. All right, we've got ads coming in. I'm going to have to get myself coffee. And what's depth? Depth is also a texture. All right. I'm going to get words up. I'm going to play words while I get myself coffee. Okay? And then I'm going to try and figure out how to do this. All right. Yes, words. Words. There's the first word for you. I will be back in a couple minutes. Okay? BRB. Thanks for the sub as well, Bonsai. Much appreciated.
And there was much rejoicing.
Alright, I'm back. And with coffee. Yay. Alright. Alright, nice. Nice. Let's pause this. Okay. Too late, Razor. We're done. We're moving on. Okay. This is going to be interesting. I'm just going to see what happens. Yeah. Make clean. Make. No, keep going, F authority. Nah. Nah. Lies and slander. Yeah, so this doesn't allow me to render. You are late, Tricky. I do like how IntelliSense dies when you actually need it. True. What? Oh, of course. Sudo ld config user local lib. Crikey! I see how it's not drawing. And is that because... So this is the render buffer. So this is it creating this every single time. Zero B when using multiple uint16s. That's drawing the texture. This is interesting. So how, like, what do we need to do? I do not know how to do this. Store your scrolling variable and also give a fixed integer from line to line. Check if the text is inside the render box. Like, that's the thing I don't get. Like, how do I store the text in a vector? Is that just doing the measure text, getting the height, and then multiplying by lines and having a line separation taken into account and going, all right, that's our, like, that gives us our width and our height and have a vector too? Is that what they're saying? Or check if the text is inside the render box and draw it down to your render texture. Should automatically crop your text box. I don't get that. I do not get that. RayLib Scrollable text area. This is going to be interesting. I'm wondering if I use this, so instead of drawing this, we have it calculate these things. And we just calculate how many lines there are. And we split it out into a vector of strings. And then what I can do is I can have a scroll point, which is just an index within that. And I can say don't allow that scroll index to be any more than 15 from the end of the vector. Yeah. That's its max scroll value. And then we just loop over that scroll index. Like, we loop over the vectors starting at that scroll index. And printing out X amount of lines. Interesting. Very interesting. So I'm going to take some of this. Character rectangle scaling factor. Okay. Let's do... So I'm going to need the call to contain a... contain something like standard vector of info lines. Let's do that for now. And for info text, info lines, and then we can have a max. You know what? I'm not going to worry about this just yet. I'm going to ponder it for a bit. I'm going to deal with this stuff instead and getting this stuff kind of organized. We like known answers, and we go standard vector, standard string, known symptoms. In here, after we do all this, we can also do known symptoms, push back, symptom name. Is there also a... Let's see. C++, string to lower. Okay, so there should be a standard transform. S begin, S end, S begin to lower. Converting standard string to lowercase. Begin. Symptom name end. Symptom name begin to lower. Can I assign a return value because function operator pointer returns a constant? Okay. Name lower. Actually, take this, pop it up here, then we'll go sim name, do symptom name. I think I can leave you at the end. Instead of this, we can go sim name C2 string, do transform sim name begin, sim name end, sim name begin to lower. So this way, the text that gets output is going to be lowercase for the answer. But in here, it will be regular. Regular uppercase. That gives us our known symptoms. Then obviously in here, under draw info, we can go call draw info. Doesn't bother me how heavy this is, like how large this object is getting, because I just want to get it working. So now in here, we can do a draw info. Which I think will be down here. Call draw info font. We're going to do if asked bider, then we can do a draw text. I'll just do this for now. Font. Byter, because you're a string. Position. What we draw this at. I'm just going to say like 286 and 210 for now. Float size just be font base size. Spacing can be 2. Color can be black. And up in here, actually no, in here, we can set up a const expression. Standard string, which will be byter text, animal plant, all the way down here. We go text will be byte a text, or actually text format of byte a text and byter. There we go, text C string. Or does this need to be a... Is it the const expression? Yep. Cool. Oh, what? I take it you're listening to Aha, Sammy? That's what it sounds like. Let's see. Aha, you have discovered my plan. Damn right. So it's always drawing bytes. Okay. So there's a different issue that we have here now. Actually, hovered and that's the issue. Okay, so they don't know what caused the injury. So let's go new game. Because things aren't being reset. That's alright, we can fix that up later. Why am I building it again? I just want to run it from the start. Come on. You know what bit, yeah. Okay, so we can see how it's not drawing it. Okay. Draw info fonts. Call draw info fonts. Does it draw text? Oh, that's why. Silly me. Silly me. Switch the Q first. Case Q symptom. Ask symptoms true. Break. It's still on my clipboard from this morning. It should always be there. You should have it saved to a text document, ready to go at a moment's notice, Sammy. It's not like we raid out at precisely the same time every day. Case description. Case photo. Activity. Default. Break. Symptom by description, culprit photo by photo. Break that. We have byte photo. That should be most things. At least now it's got all of that set up. Okay, there we go. So now it displays that. And it displays the actual name. When I buy a pack of a dozen ribs, I only eat ribs 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11. I prefer prime ribs. Nice. Nice. Now the question, Mike, the philosophical debate, is 1 a prime number? I want to know your answer. I want to know what everyone thinks. That's a math question. Sorry, that information goes in and out. But I will ask my wife. Because a prime number is a number that can be divided by itself and 1 only. But if 1 is itself, does it still count as a prime number? And negative numbers cannot be primes, because if you have -2 divided by -2, you get 1. No, yeah, you get 1. Positive 1. You get positive 1 because the 2 negatives, like, yeah. Doesn't end up being -2. Oops. Else. A biter label will be biter label. We go text format will be biter text, and then asked biter been thinking I might try and find an Amiga 500. Might just be an artist spur of the moment thing. That's fair. I mean, what's Amiga 500? One only has one divisor. Yes, it only has one divisor. Itself and one. Two. Like, a prime number is not defined by having two distinct divisors. A prime number is defined as a number that can only be divided by itself and one into a whole number. So do you consider itself and one to satisfy that description? The Amiga 500, also known as the A500, was the first popular version of the Amiga home computer. It contains the same Motorola 68000 as the Amiga 1000, as well as the same graphics and sound co-processors. But it is in a smaller case, similar to that of the Commodore 128, released in 1987. Fair enough. Also, would 2 be considered the only prime number to be even? Yes. Yes. Because any multiple of 2, like any even number, is a multiple of 2, which thus can be divided by any other multiple of 2 up to its own half, sort of thing. But 1 and itself are the same thing. That's not the description of a prime number, H-Ives. The description of a prime number is a number that can only be divided by itself and 1. Just because 1 is both 1 and itself does not mean that the description of a prime number is not met. Yeah. 0 is not a prime number because you can't divide by 0. You can divide 0 by 1 and get 0, but you can't divide 0 by 0 because you can't divide by 0. Actually, I'm curious about how calculators handle that. Does the calculator just give you 0? We go 0.0 divided by 0.0. Gives an error. We just go 0 divided by 0. Gives us an error. Okay, yeah, cool. So it just gives, calculators just give you an error when you try to divide by 0, even if it's 0. Which is interesting. I would imagine... I wonder, should 0 divided by 0 equal 1? What's your opinion, chat? Should 0 divided by 0 equal 1? And before you say that makes no sense, remember that any number to the power of 0 is 1. It's over numerousness, Razor. Division is the opposite of multiplication. You cannot reach an answer. Try it. But that's the thing. Like, if you're dividing nothing by nothing, you still have nothing. So nothing divided by nothing equals nothing. So would 0 divided by 0 should just be 0. 0 doesn't exist anyway. It's just a mathematical representation of nothing. Or is nothing the lack of things? 0 is a number, not nothing. It's a mathematical representation of the absence of things. If you have 0 apples, then 0 is just the representation of no apples, no nothing. Like, which is why you can't divide by 0, because you can't divide by the representation of nothing. You get infinite. It just goes on forever. Purple is definitely my number 1 color. Purple is my number 1 letter. Yeah. In fact, I love it more than red and blue combined. Lies, Mike. Lies. But it must be different numbers. I just want to start an argument in chat. That's all I want to do. I want to find the thing that makes people in chat argue. Linux is for noobs. I mean, that's not an argument, Cavino. It's just false. Yeah. It's like saying that the Earth is a sphere. By number file? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a video by number file about dividing by 0. I would not be surprised. What's the... Oh, that's right. Whoops. I'm gonna go... byte. Byter. I think I need these to be C strings. Which means I can just... no, damn it. There we go. Let's see what happens. Numbers are always interesting. So yeah, it says animal plant has nothing. And then when you answer the call and you go through this and you go, do you know what caused the injury? They're like, no idea. It all happened so fast. They need to do asked biter and nose biter. There we go. Using Blink or CMP for In NeoVim, I think LazyVim comes with CMP. Yes, it was the Sydney Funnel Web, and it says Sydney Funnel Web there. So I'm going to bump this down to 220. Ooh, hello. What just happened there? Is it because they didn't know any symptoms? Ah. Thanks for the lurk, Mike. One and itself have the same value, requiring two distinct divisors keeps one out. So factorization remain clear and unique. That is my final argument. It doesn't matter. Define prime number. So a prime number is a natural number. Oh, there you go. The definition of a prime number is a natural number greater than 1. That has exactly two distinct possible divisors. One and itself. Well, there you go. I did not know that the definition of a prime number included requiring exactly two distinct positive divisors. There you go. There you go. You learn something new. At least. Yeah, what was that happened? Terminate called after throwing an instance of out of range. What? 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 I'm gonna do nested ternary. No, I won't. What we'll do is we'll go if asked biter go biter label equals this, and we go nose biter, and we can just put in like unknown, and this can just be biter text for the time being. So until they ask what the biter is, it just, yeah. Make clean, make. Yeah, whoops. Whoops. Biter label, text formats, biter text C string, and then let's put like a double dash or something, or a NA for not asked. Oh, shit. Let's do that. Excellent. It says NA. Unknown. Nice. Nice. I'll pop you at 232. Alright. We're drawing that at least. We can probably fit everything on this screen without requiring a scroll. Probably. Probably. So we'll have byte a label, byte description label, byte description label, which I can probably just do like description label. Symptom label, symptoms label, activity label, and location label. Those are the only things we need to draw in this section here. The photos we don't need to draw, those will be displayed in the photos tablet. And then under bytes, we can have like each animal, like the photo of each animal and their name underneath, and we can like display those sort of thing. I don't think we are going to get to a point in this jam that we'll have a scrollable area. We might be able to, but that might be a bit too much for me because I'm not sure how to do that in RayLib. I know I need probably need like a render texture 2D or something like that, but I don't know how to use those. We'll see if we have enough time left. Like we'll get stuff displaying, we'll get it working with what we have, and then if we have time we can try to get that implemented and working. I still need to get the map stuff, the unordered map stuff working as well. So byte a text, description text. Animal plant description. Do I even need it to... Do I even need it to have that? Could I just add it to the end? Could I just... I can just concatenate the strings. Byte description text. Static string const, or static const string will be, what else was there? It was the activity label. Activity at time of bite. Location label. Location at time of bite. What else was there? We don't need photo or anything like that. Symptoms. What up, Atticus? How are you doing? How goes the Go package that I saw you working on this morning on stream? Hello there. Hello. Hello. How's are you? Ah, New Jank just finished. Damn. I was deleting half my repos. That's not good. I mean, I guess, is it in order to clean them up? Is that why you were deleting them? Symptoms. I had a lot of crap there. Afterwards, I was working on an AO testing library. Nice. You'll love a good testing library. If asked description. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to put you down here. And get all of it formatted before we do anything. Description label. Text format. We do not arcs description, description text, C string, and then we do can describe, and byte description, C string. Else, description label is text format, description text, and NA. Doing the repos was funny though. Hang on. Testing in my ecosystem sucks ass balls and unripe tree branches. Doing repos is funny though. I opened all the repos as tabs, took a screenshot, had Claude do image to text, then made an SH script, made a shell script to use GitHub CLI to bulk delete them because the UI is slow as shite. Yes, yes it is. I hate using the GitHub UI. If asked by description, else byte description label is text format, byte description text, C string, NA, and byte description label, text format. The byte description text C string Fight description, C string. All right, ads coming in. So we're gonna hit a game duel. Let's see what we can do. Civ 5. Okay, let's try a Halo 2. Alright, 2005, 2009 first and third person shooter. This could be a Battlefield. Crushed it. Before the ads even start. The Assassin's Creed. It was a shooter and it had first person. Assassin's Creed only has third person and that's not a shooter. Division 2. 2011 to 2018. Let's try Dishonored 2. Okay, it's a single player 2016 game. Either side view or text. I thought it said third. And you shoot an Assassin's Creed, no. Granted, not guns, but still, no. A shooter is... like... just because something's like you've got projectiles doesn't mean it's a shooter. If that makes sense. You know? I think you know. Don't forget, y'all. The community goal is running. Community goal is running. Are we doing a 24-hour stream? I don't know. This game has sneaking elements. Side view sneaking. Side view sneaking. I know this is 2017, but okay, so it's not text. Auditory virtual reality. 10 gifted. Atticus, you legend. You fantastical geduntical. Look at you going. You hit Sylar. Nice. Midnight Moonlight. Lovely. You also got... let's see, you got Red October. Nice. Very nicely done, Atticus. Much appreciated. You legend. You fantastic. Fantastic. Unfortunately no longer with facial hair gedunt. Geduntical? No, I'm a fertile gedunt, am I? No. Geduntical, I mean, that could be a gedunt reticle. You know? I have facial hair, it's just really tiny. You know you don't.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Alright. So it's not text, not first person, not third person, not isometric bird view. It has stealth functionality. It's a VR, I assume. I don't know how you would do stealth in auditory, but sure. Like, it's not a Dance Dance Revolution kind of thing. Yeah, so it's not auditory, so it's definitely a virtual reality. It's a drama stealth virtual reality game. What is this? What's this YouTube video? What are you doing, Goose? What are you doing? It's a YouTube short. Okay. Rec room? No, I'm thinking it's like VR chat. No. It's not virtual reality. Oh, it's a side view. Of course, it's a side view. It's a simulator. Stealth drama. Side view 2016. Oh, it's a side view, of course. It's not going to be Terraria because there's no action. It's not going to be Sim Tower because that's way too old. I can't think of any side view stealth drama games. It'd be a game where you're like trying to crawl around and get around things. Avoiding detection. I don't know. I know it's side view. I don't know what it is. It's got to be an indie game that I've never heard of before. Or one that's obscure as shit that I have heard of, but I'm not remembering right now. Have fun with breakfast, Goose. I hope it's tasty. I hope it's like pancakes and bacon and stuff like that. Mission Impossible. Beholder. Yeah, no. I've never heard of that game before. I have never heard of this game before. You're a state-installed landlord in a totalitarian country. Place listening devices, steal, and sneak into your tenants' apartments. Use what you uncovered to report anyone capable of plotting against the state. You must, but will you? That's an interesting. That's interesting. I'm adding that to my wish list. That looks like it'd be fun. That's Chinese training simulator. No, I wouldn't say Chinese training simulator. It's a preparation game. It's a game that's preparing us for our governments to do this. Considering how things are currently progressing. Yeah. That's too real, mate. I know. That's why I said it. Duh. What, you think I'm gonna say something that's not real? Jeez. What do you think I am, a liar? What do we do about activity? Because it's just picking one, isn't it? Yeah, it's just picking an answer and assigning. Alright, we can do that. Now I Sag, I think. You are a floating head. I am. That I am. Nail meeting head. Right there. We're going to do activity text will be asked activity NA. It'll be known answers view activity front known answers question type string. So if we go front, that's returning a string. What we need to do is... I can actually get rid of this too. Get rid of that. We'll go text formats, location text, ask location, known answers, view location, front, otherwise NA. And symptoms label will be if asked symptoms. We do a bunch of stuff in there. Otherwise, symptoms label will be text format, symptoms text, and NA. We'll go a string of what? Symptom like that. We'll do for string const reference symptoms in known symptoms, go Sims plus equals symptoms. And we need to make sure that we're adding stuff to the end. If Sims length is greater than 0, then Sims will plus equal that. Let me add you. And then symptoms label equals, well, actually, if Sims length is still 0, I guess I could do another if. No. Text format, symptoms text. Symptoms label. Do it this way. Otherwise unknown. And now I can just start drawing all these out. Every single one of them. So we have biter label, bite description label, description label, activity label. Actually, what the hell happened there? Changed multiple lines just because I'm doing that. What the fuck? Location label. Symptoms label. Now I need to start pushing this stuff down each time. You can be 240, 50, 60, 70, 80. Ah, yep. I'm forgetting. Make clean, make, and then let's test this. What up, Def? What's your experience with mini PCs and home labs? I've tinkered with Raspberry Pis and whatnot. Never set up a home lab. Yeah, look at that. Notice how it's not updating this. We're going to do one since I do it for work. Not sure if I want to spend the cost of reusing one of my full towers. I guess if you wanted to do it that way, depending on the tower, you could set up like multiple virtual machines inside that and have essentially multiple mini PCs inside that inside that secondary tower. That'll save you the cost of buying the new mini PC stuff, as well as running those things. Not sure if I want to, yeah. Work has the luxury of having endless money. Yeah, exactly. Like, it depends on the it depends on cost and such, Atticus. Like, you don't have to go a Raspberry Pi 5 or a Raspberry Pi 4. You could get away with doing most things with a Raspberry Pi 3, which these days will cost you like $60 for the 8 gig Raspberry Pi 3 sort of thing. And it's like, if all you're using it for is like doing some basic stuff, like one person connects to it, they test some stuff and they move on. You don't need a full mini PC for that type of stuff. So it does depend on what's being used. But yeah, you could set up the tower to run like a Docker cluster sort of thing, and then it spins up a new Docker container whenever someone wants to connect into it. Like, you could set up a bunch of stuff like that for your old full tower PC. But yeah, setting up my old Pi 3 right now, it's chugging on fine. Exactly, Krim. I think I want to get a Pike VM for management, but I don't know about the server stuff yet. Yeah, fair. It's going to be a lot of tinkering and just playing around with stuff, I think. Especially from my perspective, since I've never set one of those up. Like, I think I've got 3 Raspberry Pis, a Raspberry Pi 0W, and an Arduino. None of those things I'm using at the moment. I need to set something up for them, I think. I need something for them to do. I'm thinking about setting one of them up as a chat bot for chat, you know. I'm in it for college, so I'm building and managing AI machines. Yeah, nice. Shelves of 4090s and 7950X 3Ds. Jesus Christ. That's... Yeah. Yeah. Universities have it good. Universities and colleges have all the money. Why isn't it... We draw info. This does call draw info font. You have all this stuff drawn. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to set up like draw rects. Like draw text boxed sort of thing. Asked if I could take one home. Got told no. Of course they're not just gonna let their students take home like their hardware. Come on. $270. $340. Damn it. 290. No student not working in the IT department. Oh, well, yeah. Still. They're not going to let anyone take home their hardware. You know what I mean? I see what I'm doing wrong there. But still. It says Sydney firmware. Why isn't it displaying? Anyway. 290. 310. 330. Morning, Lance. Morning, Rend. Lots of hard-coded numbers. For now, Rend. Morning, Drain. Didn't get to finish the loop last stream. No. We fixed up a bunch of stuff. We got our dialogue and whatnot working. And now I'm just trying to figure out how to get this information written out. And then I can, once I figure out the positioning and stuff, I can move this one here into a constant vec 2. And then I can kind of like just, for each of these, use that constant rec 2 and just add 20 multiplied by whatever the index is, sort of thing. If your numbers aren't hard-coded or even coding, yeah, I mean, how else are you going to be a wizard? To be a wizard, you must use magic numbers. Okay? But yeah, this is me still figuring it out and how I want it to look and lay out and whatnot. I don't see the point in setting up constant values while you're still trying to figure stuff out. Because chances are you're just going to delete those constants and whatnot anyway. Let's see. For some reason, the text formatting's not working. Of course, I know why it's not working. I also need to get that stuff. Yeah, that's why. That's why it's not working, because I don't want to do a text formatting anymore. I just want to do this. We can just do that. Don't need to format it. Just need to concatenate it. That's it. Going down dark path of oh crap, what happened now? Also Rend, at the same time, I don't give a shit. It's a game jam game. It's a game jam game. It's not like I'm going to be releasing this thing to the public for like money or anything. Like, it literally does not matter. If you think there's any kind of proper coding practices in a game jam, you're either spending too much time on worrying about what your code looks like instead of getting things working, or you're doing a game jam that gives you like 6 months to do anything. So, yeah. It literally does not matter. Let's see. It's like the people that come in and they're like, oh, you know what you could do. Even though this is working, you should change it to be this way because that way it also works. I was like, yeah, but why would I waste my time changing something that works to something that does not work? Alright, so now we need to alter this because it needs to be... We need to go... I don't think I want to do that. That's still going to have an issue, isn't it? Nope, sweet. I love it. Let's wrap these in parentheses. Why do I still have a text format here? I don't want you. Get rid of it. And we can get rid of this. Lovely. Was good enough to me. Brain is being programmed this way. No, it's not. See, I do things differently when I'm actually making games. Yeah. It's precisely because I have a brain that I know not to do this stuff in actual game programming. Okay, so we've got some issue with symptoms there. What up, Cash? Let me just get rid of you there. Found on the hiking trail. So that should be unknown, but it's not. What were they doing when they got stung? Looks like they were hiking. And then bite description. So it all works apart from the animal plant description and the symptoms. Those are the things we need to figure out. Teaching and promoting bad programming practices is just not good. I would suggest anyone watching try out channels. I mean, who says that I'm teaching people? Like, I'm not teaching anyone anything. Such a douchebag. Let's see. Get rid of that. I love how everyone assumes that because someone's streaming, they're teaching. Like, fuck off and get a life. Really. Really. Douche-tastic. So we need activity. One of the... why did it not work? My symptom's not working. Wait, you aren't trying to teach me? Nope. I mean, not once have I told people, hey, do it this way. No. Multiple times I have said, yes, I'm doing this quick and badly so that I can get something done for the game jam. if I have time, I'll go back through and correct things. I think that's the second time Ren's been in here acting like a douchebag. So they can just go away forever. Why do these... Okay, so this... Unknown for you. And this I can actually change as well. To be... what? This... NA. We go... Ask byte description. I can also just get rid of this too. What up, Moonbase? How are you doing? I wonder if it's because it's a constant. Let's try that. What up, New Jank? How are you doing? So let's see here. They all say NA. Answer this. All right, so there's something with symptoms that's going on. Apparently I'm a good underscore. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm about a 9.237. Nice. Very, very nice. I want to see what we have when it comes to... You should probably be... symptom. Let's try this. Okay, let's see why symptoms are not printing. Why? So it does say 3. Oh, duh. That's why. That's why that one's not working. Jeepers. It's going good, New Jank. It's going good. I'm just trying to get this stuff working at the moment. I see how it goes across there. This here, symptoms. Like, I'm gonna have to start putting these inside a render, inside a draw text boxed. So this one here would have to be draw text boxed, and then that takes a rectangle, And in here we want to do true for word wrap. So this here, we need... what do we need? I think I need all of these to be draw text boxed. It's only the biter label that needs that. Does anyone have any cheat codes to get tea stains off from mug? Like out of ceramic? Like get the tea stain out of ceramic? Is that what you mean? Bleach. Whoops. I don't know why I did description there. Boxed. Or vinegar. Okay, so now... if we're drawing it like so, like all of these need to have word wrap as true. Something acidic, leave it overnight. Vinegar's very good for that type of stuff. Vinegar is very good for that type of stuff. Just always keep tea in the mug. Then you don't have a chance to see the stains. Now that's big brain. That is a big brain solution, Nujank. Very nice. What you do, Hilden, you get yourself this. Get yourself this mug here. It's black. You're not gonna see tea stains. You won't see them. Perfect. Problem solved. So easy. One of the reasons I use black mugs? Exactly. Text is the wrong way around. No, you're the wrong way around. You're the wrong way around, Hilden. Alright, so now that we've got that done, we need to... like this here. This needs to be a rectangle. Which requires the X and Y. So now what I can do... we can go up here. And we can go... that I'm going to have to... I should change that name to be dialogue area. And go static const. Rectangle. Monitor base text area. And we go, what was it, 286 and 190? No, 230, I think it was. Yeah, 230. 286 and 230. C. What was it? Monitor base text area. Just get brown tea mugs? That's true. That's true. I guarantee that douchebag is like, yeah, see, he's doing what I said and turning it into a constant instead of realizing that I said I'm going to get things working and then change things to constants. This Y needs to be... Font base size by 2. You're thinking about the douchebag way too much? Oh no, I'm just pointing out how much of a douche they are. Yeah. I'm fairly sure they've been banned from like multiple chats that I've been in already. You did. You did. And now we need to specify the width. How wide do we want this to be? Add F# sport to Godot. Hell no. I wonder if there's a way to get the text. No, actually, I wouldn't be able to get the texture size anyway. How wide was this? It was like 480 something, wasn't it? 494, 484, something like that. 594. 594. So if it's 594, what I want to do because this stuff's not going to change at all. This would be 594. Actually, you can just be a vector 2. Static const vector 2. Monitor text area size. That's going to be 582. Would be 582 and actually let me have a look here. Godot for F# bindings. You mean like this? You can write your code in F. Now you're all set. You can write your code in F# instead of C#. There you go. Adding the script will have created a .NET solution file. Open writer or your IDE of choice. Go to the solution file. Create a blank F# class library. I typically name it something like that. Right click the C# project in the left pane and select add reference. Add the F# library you just created. Open the .fs proj and change the parent project element to that. This will allow you to import modules into the Godot modules into the F# modules. There you go. There you go. Step-by-step guide on how to set up F# for Godot. Beautiful. Beautiful. The max height, I think I can set them to 32. Actually, 24 is probably best. Because 24 will be 2 lines as well as 4 below. Or 8 below. So now we have that. We can go. I think we can just do that for now because we just want it to add that extra 4, like give us a space between them. Actually, no. No, we'll do by 2. We will multiply it by 2. And then what we can do here, I want to go the monitor text area size X, monitor text area size Y. Let me see something here. Would you rather in your attic 1,000 roaches or a person? A person. I can get a person removed. Have you ever tried to get 1,000 roaches removed? They're extremely difficult. It doesn't depend on the person though. No matter what, you get them removed. Because if someone's if there's a person in your attic, chances are they're a bad person. Or they've got the potential to be a bad person. Like just remove them. Monitor base text area Y plus and this is where it's going to get interesting. I really need to figure out a way to put this in a for loop. Where if the person is so big, the person falls through the attic floor, well then you don't have to go looking for them, you just get them removed. To be fair, the most likely person to be in my attic is me. Exactly, Atticus. Get them removed. You don't want you in the attic. Alright, I need to figure out a way to put this into a for loop. I could just put all of these strings into a vector and then loop over it and keep track of the index. And then well, what up, Mard? How are you doing? Once we've looped over it, like as we're looping, we go, all right, so we're at this index, we want to add this much base size to it. That is basically the best, that's the best way I can think to do it. Instead of creating all of these labels, I can just do standard vector or an unordered map. Now, we'll just do a standard vector of string, which would be text lines. Then we can just go text lines, push back that. Text lines, push back that. There we go. Now the only thing I need to do is make sure that they're in order of how I want them to be. Is chat voting for a thing? What? Between all my polls, including your vote, I have 7 for roaches and 6 for people. What? Cousin used to have gaming music making space in the attic, and another half of the attic was used to store all the old stuff. Interesting. Plobby! G'day, you good dunce. How is the amazing 3D modeler going? How is it working with Cavino? Give us all the dirt. And don't be afraid to tell us why you hate it. Good. Just churning out models in Cavino's sweatshop. Yes, Cavino's gaming sweatshop. Oh, hi, Cavino. I'm just tinkering around, getting some bits and pieces sorted here. Getting this put into a for loop so I don't have to keep fucking with stuff. Which, honestly, this one here can just be... Actually, this one can remain the same. I'm gonna keep... Nah, bugger it. I'll make them all boxed. That's fine. That's fine. Look at Frurp. I gamed in the attic at times during the winter. I had to have outside clothes and 2 to 3 pairs of woolly socks, or it would be too cold. But think about it, Hilden. Imagine how easy it is to cool your PC in that attic. Hello, how are you? Hello, Bucky, how are you? Yes, we're continuing with our JernJam game. This is what we got at the moment. We're working on getting this stuff formatted and displaying. So you get your dialogue, and then you go, okay, do you know what caused the injury? And it's like, unknown. It's like, okay, we don't know what caused the injury. Can you describe what caused the injury? It's like, okay, they didn't see it at all. Okay, shit, we're not off to a good start. Can you describe the bite? Okay, so the bite is 2 fang marks. Okay, so we know it's not going to be a gimpy plant. It's not going to be a shark. It's not going to be a stone. Like, yeah. And it's like, okay, so do you know where they were? They were on a hiking trail. Okay, so that eliminates stonefish and whatnot. And then what were they doing? It's like, oh, they were putting on their shoes. Okay, so they were hiking around. They took their shoes off for some reason. They went to put their shoes on. Okay. So that they probably got bit on the foot. All right. Then it's like, can you describe the symptoms? And you see how this goes off screen? We need this to, like, display in a boxed area. So, like, wraps around, you know? But, you know, it tells you what the symptoms are and such. And then you'll be able to go into bites and you'll be able to, like, see the different symptoms that the different bites can give. Yeah, that's what we're making. Let's see, 4 string line in text lines. We're going to draw text boxed, font, line. Then we need the rect. Rectangle. Draw rect. We do have ads coming in, so I'm going to set up the game door. Alright. This game looks fun. I'm going to play this game at some point. But it looks like a very fun game. Almost time of year where my PC can double as a space heater. See, I'm entering the other side of the year where I need to start like using liquid nitrogen to keep my PC below 80 degrees. Yeah. Especially because I'm using an AMD CPU. Like, if I play games with my PC, I have the largest Noctua like CPU core you can get. And my PC in summer playing games runs at like high 80 degrees still. And I've got the, Noctua DH12 or something like that? Or D12L or something? This thing. No, not that thing. Not that one. Where is it? Might have been that one. Let's find out. Come on, Noctua. No, not that one. Not that one. It might just be the D12, not the D12L. The D15! The D15 is the thing I have. This thing with the two fans and the two thermal coil tower things. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I've got. That's what I've got. And my PC still, my CPU still hits mid to high 80s in summer when gaming. It's ridiculous. Let's try Dragon Age. Action fantasy. Get a bar fridge, drill a hole in the door for cables, then put it in there. But if I do that,
There was much
Atticus...
rejoicing.
Yay! If I do that, Atticus, my beer gets warm. Computer would go to 99 degrees without the hacked air cooling solution I did with winter air, then suddenly 0 degrees Celsius. What up, Pluto? How are you doing? Action fantasy isometric thing. Shooter tactical. It's not third person. It's not Tunic. It's not Celeste. It's not Starbound. It's not... Huh. Correct, Sammy. We're trying to figure this one out. Could it be a Zelda? No, because it's on PlayStation. Oh, it's on PC, so it's not gonna be a Zelda. Octopath? I mean, it could be. It's not Octopath Traveler. I used to have mad idea about just putting the liquid cooler radiator outside the house. I wonder if there's like... Funny news, I'm gonna move to Texas on October 7th. How cool! And it's gonna take like 10 hours to get to Seattle for the first flight. I'm in Japan, god damn. It takes so long to travel anywhere, doesn't it? What is this perspective? It's crazy. It's probably isometric in first person. So if we go like Dishonored 2... So it doesn't have first person, so it has isometric, and it's probably text-based as well. So it could be Undertale. Isometric and auditory. Is this... Crypt of the Necrodancer. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Me and wife driving 1,000 miles on our move. God damn. God damn. It's too much. What do you mean, Atticus? What do you mean? How is audio a perspective? Think of things like Just Dance and stuff like that, or Guitar Hero, where you have to like hit the key. Like, it's auditory in the sense of you have to pay attention. Like the noise is what's doing it. So for Guitar Hero, you've got to listen to it and focus on the chords that are coming up, sort of thing. Dance Dance Revolution, you got to listen to the music and focus on what steps are coming up so that you can stay in beat. So that's an auditory perspective. I would have thought perspective had to do with visuals. Not always. Not always. Because... For example, if someone's blind, the audio perspective, like a game that focuses on audio perspective, would be key for them. So, visual audio signals? Nah, I prefer the, I don't know. I tried to think of something, but I couldn't. I don't need that. I don't need that. In Guitar Hero Rocksmith, the notes are visual signs of audio instances. Or visual signals of audio events. Let's think. We want to do monitor base text area. Monitor base text area Y plus font base size multiplied by 2 plus index. Can't imagine you could play without the visuals. There's game, like, you can play games without the visuals. Is that actually true for Necrodancer? Yeah. Like, so Necrodancer has isometric, which is this. And then it's also got, like, you can see how there's, like, the audio element to it as well. Like, there's a visual audio element sort of thing. Like, there's a rhythm sort of thing. Then like, you see how you've got to, like, wait for the correct things to happen sort of thing. I'm not saying that, like, so that's the thing. This has two perspectives. This has the perspective of isometric bird view and auditory, meaning that you have multiple perspectives that you play in the game. So in this instance, you need both visuals and audio. If a game was just auditory, then it would be a game that doesn't require visuals. A game that's purely auditory. Right, so it's the same as how you have a game that's first person and third person. You've got different perspectives that you can play the game in. Maybe in those cases, you only need one perspective at a time. But if you have a text-based game, which also has side view components, then you would have two perspectives going on at once, the side view and the text-based. So there's, yeah. If we do this and then go mono text area size X, mono text area size Y, I can get rid of these now. Of course. So there's still going to be an issue here that we need to correct up. And I think it's going to be with the last one. So you can see how they're very close together. So we need to change this out. But I go this. I go symptoms. We can see now the symptoms are wrapping. And that's what we wanted. We wanted the symptoms wrapping. What up, Mike? Welcome back. Would Loz OOT count as an audio perspective, or is that just an audio element? I don't know what that is. Alright, so we need to change this up so that there's more spacing. If we do that. What up, Elliot? I've been lurking for ages since someone raided you years ago. Ooh, nice. First time I've seen you use anything other than Godot. I know, right, Elliot? I'm trying to do all game jams in RayLib. So we're doing JernJam, which ends in like 10 days, learning RayLib, trying to get better at C++ programming and improve our skills there. But once the game jams are done, we're back into Godot for working on the Bobble Shop Sim demo work. Which today I just need to get the last of the trailer stuff recorded, like the scripted parts, like the camera zooming out and all that kind of stuff. And then I just need to edit it all together, and we'll have the trailer done. How do you know his real name was Ray anyways? Could be Ray or OpenGL, Vulkan. I don't think they don't have Vulkan support at the moment in RayLib. I don't think I would ever go straight to... I don't think I'll ever go to like OpenGL or Vulkan. I think I would always have like some in between. So like I'll either have RayLib, or I'll have Ogre, or I'll have SDL3. I'll have something in between me and the graphical API. Excellent. Excellent. Now I just need to tweak this. Make that 240. I got a book a little while back on C++ game dev, and I think it uses SDL from memory. Yeah. I mean, that's like the iceberg of raw game dev. Writing a graphics API is fun if you like hating yourself. True. Very, very true. So there's someone... actually, let me give a shout out here to Just Cavino as well, since they're lurking about. They're also doing JernJam with Plobby that raided in just before. Also Godot stuff. So yeah, don't forget that. They're spying on you. That's true. That's true, Escamina. They're seeing what a true winner of JernJam looks like. But Travis Vroman is making the Kohi engine. This one here, the Kohi game engine. They live stream it on YouTube and Twitch. And they're doing Vulkan first. Like they're focusing on Vulkan for the graphics side of things. And they're building the entire thing in C. Yeah. One day when I'm long dead, I'll be able to actually use my engine for a game. That's true. It's okay, I wouldn't know what to do with the Intel anyways. And I've got a bunch of games on my Nintendo to keep me entertained during that absolute hellish nightmare of a flight. Should I get the normal Taiko Rhythm Fest or the deluxe one on my Nintendo? I might get deluxe because I can play Saitama 2057 times. I don't know. I don't know what Taiko is. Taiko no Tatsujin. Fair enough. Vulkan is just a lot to set up. My engine uses Vulkan, and I still want to rewrite it every day. I don't think I will ever be at the point where I write an engine from scratch. I do think I will, like, I want to get to a point. What the hell is this? I have no idea what I'm looking at there. What I want to do is I want to get better with C++ so I can get to a point where I can contribute to like the Godot engine, and like the default engine and stuff like that. You know, not build an engine from scratch, but just be able to contribute to these open source things myself. Me looking at chat and thinking people who made games for my childhood did it in assembly. Well, depending on how old you are, Escamina, could have been. Could have been. Open source for life, exactly. You know it. Have you looked at GD extensions? I'm going to tinker with GD extensions, Mike. Primarily because of the Wayland stuff. So in Godot, display server screen texture. So in here, in the display server, you've got a, what is it? Screen get image. So you've got screen get image. And this works for X11, Mac OS, and Windows. On other platforms, this always returns null. So in Wayland, for Wayland, it needs to request access in order to be able to do that. In order to be able to get the screen image. So I'm thinking about attempting to write a GD extension to handle this for Wayland systems. So that way I can, in my overlay, in my new overlay that I'm making, I can actually get my screen textures and display them in the overlay. Same here, GD extensions, that is. I have code at present to add the tabbed script editors inside Godot. I want to do more with it. Next, I want to make Godot editor support multiple monitors. Yeah. I was born in 87, so I'm 26 years old. Does that mean I'm 24? I like this math, Escamina. I like this math. I looked at a lot of Godot when I was writing my RHI. Ultimately, I think I took more inspiration from other adaptations. And I wasn't a huge fan looking at Godot's source. There's so many really cool open source game engine projects out there. I think Godot's TAA even comes from Spartan Engine. Probably. Blender style shader nodes in Godot. Yeah, that would be huge. That would be huge. So that if we had Blender style shader nodes in Godot, you would just be able to open up the blend file in Godot and have your materials looking identical to Blender. But I don't think that's the right way to go about it. Because then you're kind of hooking it into Blender too much. Yeah. Born in 99 and I'm 26. Shut up, Atticus. quantum math. You know it. You know it. But yeah, I want to write a GD extension to see if I can handle this. Wouldn't even have to be Blender compatible, just more like artist friendly. So kind of like visual nodes for materials, similar to the visual shader nodes. I think that's what you're looking for, Ploppy. I think what you're looking for is visual shaders. So if we go like... What the frick's going on there? Mesh instance. It's like... add a box. So in here, you can go a shader material, and then you can go a new shader, and you can make it a visual shader. Let me just go like test and create. And then in here, you got this stuff. And this has like all of your albedo, your AO, your roughness, your normal map, and all that kind of stuff. This is what you're after, Plobby. Visual shaders. Do people in electric cars listen to AC/DC or something current? Wouldn't AC/DC also be something current? Can't code, I'm an artist, I want to do visual everything. That's fair. But yeah, then you just go like, you know, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, you've got texture. So you've got textures, and under here you can do like what is it? Texture 2D maybe. And then in here you can create a noise texture. And then you've got your noise texture here, so you can set all the properties of the noise texture. Yeah. It's not as powerful as, like, say, Unreal Engine's blueprints, but it's definitely pretty good. Definitely pretty good. I need to tinker around more with the visual shader stuff, because I try to do everything with like shader code, but I think learning visual shaders would help a lot. Now Blender, you can do any expression in any node parameter. Yeah, it probably won't be as powerful as Blender's nodes, but it'll be good enough. I like it. I'm going to bump it down a little bit further. Dev seems to like having artists around. So it works out for me. Cavino's already starting to grow his employment for Freedom Forge. Employment implies payment. He's starting to grow his team for Freedom Forge. How's that? Is that better, Plobby? Slave labor, I tell you, slave labor. Having a blast. I mean, you can have a blast and still have it be slave labor. It just means that you don't understand that it's slave labor. That's all. Okay, so now what I need to do is under photos, I want to draw the animal plant photo and the what do you call it? Animal plant photo and bite photo. All this talk with Unreal just started the install of latest version. Oh, Mike. Okay, void. Draw photos. Notice the Unreal installer doesn't install VS Community anymore. Good. God damn. Thank God. Okay, so now what we need to do gonna be animal plant. Vector 2 position. What if we've got... I haven't done Unreal in almost 18 months. Fair enough. I mean... Unreal Engine does that to people. It makes them go insane. I mean, you've watched JernJam, right? No meat pies, the grand final. What? Hang on. What? What? That's the wrong pie. This is 2022. Food vendors phased out at many AFL grounds. Famed for selling pies, drinks to eager fans. Food vendors armed with meat pies and cold drinks no longer exist at many professional sporting grounds across Australia. Collingwood lost last night? Yeah. Yeah, I saw that last night. Unfortunate, but, I mean, the way the second half of the season went for Collingwood, it was kind of like, yeah, that's going to happen. Like, the first half of the season, top of the ladder. Second half of the season, we kind of lost and dropped down to 4th. And it was like, yeah, we'll make it some distance into the finals, but we're not going to make it all the way. I do think it's funny though that first place isn't even in the grand final. Like, top of the table isn't even in the grand final. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's where I got the no pies at the grand final. Ah, right. Right. So it's not no meat pies at the grand final. It's no pies, as in the Collingwood Magpies. God, I'm following. Oh, that's funny. Bloody names. Need more coffee? I've already had my 2 for the day. I think I'm set caffeine-wise. Alright, so now that we've got this done... You know, damn it. I can't. I have to have these specified, don't I? Damn it. What's the positioning going to be for this? Font. Font base size. I would like to be able to set a default font spacing, default font size, and a default font tint, font color. So, and then have draw text X use those as the defaults. If I don't specify anything. How are you doing, Rebel? Alright, so we've got that. I need one more thing done for the trailer. And then I can start cutting it together. I'm going to try and get that done this Arvo. It's essentially the shot where it zooms out from the sign to show the entire storefront. Displays the title, the wish list now on Steam, that kind of stuff. And then that disappears and it zooms into a box that's been punched open by a bobble. And then it cuts. That's the end of the trailer. And then when I get closer to a release, when I get closer to like a demo release and whatnot, I can make another trailer and have it start from like the box being punched open and like bobbleheads, like a bobblehead running around the store and the player like trying to catch it. How you doing, Ermine? So yeah, it'll be fun to do that trailer, I reckon. What's the position for this gonna be? So we know that the width is 594. The width is 594. We want to divide that by 2. That'd be good. Just about to draw some. Nice. So 594 divided by 2 would be 297. No. Yeah, 297. So this position would have to be... I think we can go... monitor based text area. No. Monitor based text area X. Monitor based text area Y over 2. And then this one here would be... Actually, not Y over 2. X over 2. Actually, no, it would be the base text area. So we do that. Then this one would be monitor base text area X plus the monitor text area size X over multiplied by 0.5. Multiplying is faster than dividing. And then the Y is just the Y. Want you to be afloat. But why? Because of how it's processed. It's because of how it runs on the CPU and stuff. The operation's just more expensive. Oh, of course. Whoops. Animal, plant, and byte. I kind of want those to be centered though. So I need to measure the text and I need to take half of that. Okay. Or if you do floating point multiplication instead of division. Same thing. Multiplying by 0.5 is faster than dividing by 2. Programming multiply versus divide performance. So you can use that to multiply that to divide in Python. And two little C programs that do bit shift divide. Do a bit shift and a divide. These are each compiled with GCC-S to see what the actual assembly will be. With the bit shift version, from the call to A to I to return. With the divide version, it does this. So it's like it's more operations in the compiled assembly type stuff. Just by looking at this, there are several more instructions in the divide version compared to the bit shift. The key is, what do they do? In the bit shift version, the instruction is SHLL to EAX, which is a shift left logical. There's the divide. Everything else is just moving values around. In the divide version, you can see the IDivL R8D, but just above that is a CLTD convert long to double, and some additional logic around the spill and reload. This additional work, knowing that we're dealing with a math rather than bits, is often necessary to avoid various errors that can occur by doing just bit math. So that's comparing bit shift operations versus multiply and divide. Let's say, ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You legendary Gedunt, you. Look at that mustache on that critter. I know, right? It's majestic, isn't it? I'm gonna measure it again this afternoon, and tonight I'll be able to give an update on its length. I think it's about 40 centimeters now. Roughly. Somewhere around there. Yeah. How are you doing, Mars? How's things? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. So there's not really much difference in C# when it comes to multiply and divide. They're like very much in the extremely small. Yeah. In CUDA, operations add some multiplication division equivalent in performance regardless of number of bits. Let's say I have two sets of instructions. The title and the body of the question need to be asked about two different things. GPUs have 32-bit architecture with an extension of 64-bit addressing, 64-bit interior operation. For the specific case of this versus this, you'll likely find that SAS machine code generator is identical. Assuming the GPU 100. Yeah. It's always like a tiny bit more. Legend has it that you can look up the speed differences from a microprocessor programming manual or a website such as AnandTech, which reports measurements of CPU pipelines. Division by constant is optimized to multiplication shift right by LLVM. There. It's something weird. Like it's a negligible performance improvement, but you know, if you're worried about the performance of your game, there's gonna be other things you can do before you start improving your division to multiplication performance. I'm doing good, Mars. I'm doing fantastic. Oh, I'm winning with this game for our game jam. Just kind of getting things positioned and whatnot. And what we can do is go... If not asked photo, we can go draw texture V, which is gonna draw what texture 2D, no image, load texture. This is going to be a performance thing too. Texture 2D, no image. So let's do this. Load texture. Let's do resources, images. Bytes, no image. I could move that up. Move it up here. And then you can get rid of you. No image. Position 2. I just realized your mustache is about twice as long as it looks. Even though there's not much difference in C#. Good stay in the habit, I guess. Yeah. It depends what you're doing. If you just need to knock something out quickly and you don't need to worry about performance because you're just doing it as like a test or something. Yeah, just do it either way. Either way. This now needs to be our this and this by I guess I can set up just a... like a image base area sort of thing. A static const vector 2 image photo base area. So this would be, it would still start at 286, but the Y needs to be shifted down. We'll say something like 290. Photo base area, and then the color tint will just be white. If not asked byte photo, then it's going to be a draw texture V, no image. Now we need to customize that so it's, the X is going to be different. So it'll be photo base area X plus the monitor text area size X over multiplied by 0.5 F. And then the photo base area Y. And with this, we'll do else draw texture V. And I think we need to go photo base area white. Draw texture V. Photo. That's interesting. That's interesting. We got ads coming in. I need to BRB for 30 seconds, and then we'll do the game duel. We'll do the game duel when I get back. All right? Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Game duel time. Civ 5, as always, first guess. And then Division 2, because it's after 2010. Alright, it has third person perspective. Dragon Age. It's not an RPG. Could be a sim. It's a 2012 third person and something else shooter action. Alright, so it's a third person text. First person, third person, virtual. Oh, okay. Well, hang on. Say it with me. Skyrim. Oh, it's not. First person, third person, virtual reality. 2012, single player, multiplayer, co-op MMO. It's not an RPG. It is a shooter. Is this like, what was it, like Hot Shot? Oh, what was it? The Red Hot? A first person, third person, and virtual reality game. From 2012. Okay, I'm lost. VR would have been added later. I know. I'm just trying to think. Like, what would it be? It's an MMO too. PlanetSide.
And there was much rejoicing.
PlanetSide. It's not PlanetSide. Ooh, No Man's Sky. No. No Man's Sky is not an MMO, apparently. But it has single player, multiplayer, co-op, and MMO. It's a weird one. I don't know. I'm just going to guess. I don't know. War Thunder. I always get caught out by War Thunder. I keep forgetting this thing exists. Jeepers. I don't know any VR games? That's fair. That's fair. VR's not really a big thing. .3D TVs. I could have told you it was War Thunder. You could have, Mike. You could have told us. If only you knew. If only. Does Linux support VR? To an extent. There's like some stuff that's works on VR.
Do you want to know what game it wasn't?
Yeah. confirmed working. HTC Vive and Vive Pro. Slime VR. Yeah.
Raid Shadow Legends, one of the biggest mobile role-playing games of 2019, and it's totally free. Currently, almost 10 million users have joined Raid over the last 6 months, and it's one of the most impressive games in its class with detailed models.
Fuck off with that BS, Mike. Get right the fuck out with that. This base area here is what we need to tinker with. I'm going to look at a vector 2 for fighter header is going to be measure text, font, animal planets, font, base size, oops. And 2 for spacing. Got so bored of Raid Shadow after a bit. Haven't really found a good mobile game to play. They're all bad. They're all bad. That might be true, but nothing beats Jet 2 Holiday. God damn it. Everything beats a Jet 2 Holiday. Alright. Including getting slapped in the face. Haven't played Raid Shadow ever, and I refuse to support any content creator that takes it as a sponsor. Yet you are more than willing to come into my stream and paste the advertisement as a TTS message. A bit of a conflict there, Mike. We need monitor-based text area X minus the monitor-based text area size, or the monitor text area size X multiplied by 0.5 F plus the byte header X multiplied by 0.5 F. So we have the starting X for the text. We shift that to the middle, and then we subtract. No, we need to add this, but this is going to be 2.5 because the monitor text area size is the full length. We want it to be half, which means we need to go the quarter is the center of the half. And then we subtract U. So we have monitor base text area X plus the size of 7.5 minus byte header X. That should center the text. should. I'm allowed to be a hypocrite? No, you're not. Oh, I know why that happened. I know why that happened. We don't have the images drawn for them yet. So, let's go and default them. Data load successfully. Segmentation fault. What? Playing with ASCII art and Figlet. There's a font called Nipples. Of course there is. Of course there is. When we guess the font called Penises is just the 8, the equal sign, and the uppercase D. Is that it? Why do I hope that someone's created that? Oh, God. That would be hilarious. Alright, why does draw photos fail? Is it even draw photos that fails? Like, because we're not hitting that yet. No image PNG. At what point? I'm assuming... it's this. Of course there's a Doom font. That just looks like a happy face, Johnny. That's all that looks like. I wonder if that's the issue. That is the issue. Okay, cool. Why is that the issue? Yeah, resources, images, no image PNG right there. Why? Why does that load texture fail? How you call other images? Same way. Or PNG is wrong size. When you say how you call other images, you're asking how I name them? Are you asking how I name them or how I draw them on screen? Because this thing here, I don't know why it's not. Because it has no problem loading it for the other stuff. It's only here that it has an issue. We've got no image here as a texture 2D. Unload those. Why? Why does it not like this? Let's see, RayLib. Shapes. We load the texture. This is so weird. Crikey. Let's see. So now it loads. So I'll pop it there, see if that works. Now it works. Okay, so it's an issue having it in the constructor. Okay. Hang on. Why is that? Give me a second. There we go. Undo that. Sorry. My hotkeys, I'm clicking the wrong stuff, Ninja. Sorry about that. I'm clicking the wrong stuff. You didn't do anything wrong. I've got multiple windows up. I got multiple windows up, and I'm clicking wrong things. Like, This is half of my screen right here. Let's go home, HypnotiK, pictures. This is half of my screen right here. I got so much going on in these tiny windows that if I click the wrong thing, I just break everything. Yeah, apologies about that, Ninja. Just came to see how you're doing today. I'm doing good. Thank you very much. We're crushing it with our JernJam game. Is that like a num type? No. So we're setting this stuff up. So you see how this has like no image there. I don't know where the heading for this has gone. It should probably be drawn. But yeah, we're getting these things filled out. Yeah. But yeah. Oop. No. I was going to see if you could help me with UE5. I can try. Since every time I use VS Code, it breaks. Interesting. So what's the issue you're having? We've got some people over on the Twitch side that use... they use Unreal Engine. So if you ask... and I read the question, maybe someone in Twitch will go, oh, I have had that issue. When I try to type code, it breaks. When you say, I'm assuming you're talking about Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code breaks. So you try to type something in for an Unreal Engine script, and it breaks. What up, Kilted Ninja? How are you doing? What's going on? Building the mechanics for the system breaks everything. So it breaks the game. So you write the code in VS Code, you try to execute the game in Unreal Engine, and the game breaks in Unreal Engine. Is there an error that Unreal Engine is giving you? Like, is it throwing an error? Working on some music for the jam. It's nearly 2:30 a.m. Lost control of my life. Apart from that, all good. Did anyone ever actually have control of their life, Ninja? It just glitches. Can you describe how it glitches? Is it Unreal Engine that's glitching out, or is it the game that it's running that's glitching out? It's going good, Ninja. It's going good. See, now I've got a ninja in Kick, and I've got a ninja in Twitch. So whenever I say ninja, neither of you are going to know which one I'm talking to. Why doesn't that text draw out? Oh, because I'm not giving it the Y. Yep. As soon as I open As soon as I open the VS, it crashes and won't open. The VS. I go by Kilted. All right, I'm calling you Kilted in that case. When you open the VS, it crashes. VS Code crashes. There we go. Now I need to center the images. Visual Studio, not Code. Ugh, Visual Studio. So Visual Studio crashes when you open it. Or like when you run it. Is there a... So Mike has asked if there's a... like what it has in the build log. Is there a build log for the application or something that might be causing it to close or crash or something? And we got one job, Mr. J. You do have one job, Mr. J. Tell him to delete intermediate files and folders and do a rebuild. Can you do that, Ninja? So if you see the chat window over that side of the screen, Mike's very good with basically fucking everything. So they've used UE5 a fair bit. Delete intermediate files and folders and do a rebuild. See if that fixes. I don't know how you do that, but maybe Mike can provide some steps. Did someone say my name? No one said your name, Mike and Hill. I said part of your name. So I've been doing blueprints only. So you've been doing blueprints only, and now you're trying to open Visual Studio. And Visual Studio is crashing. Guess I'll go fuck myself. Whatever makes you happy, Mike and Hill. That sounds like it would make you very happy, Mike and Hill. Okay, that explains a lot. Okay. Alright, so it sounds like Mike has something for you. Visual Studio has a safe mode, which might be useful. Google should help where to type with the dev-env safe mode command. Nah, it sounds like Mike's got an idea. Does the... It does have a height and width. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Ooh! It has a height and width. It has a height and width. It has a height and width. Don't forget, everyone. Contribute. Contribute to the 24-hour community goal. And what are we at now? 119,000 out of 480,000 raised. Come on. Come on. Come on. We need to hit it by the time JernJam ends so that I can spend the last day of JernJam doing a 24-hour stream. 25% complete. Thank you, Mike. We're a quarter of the way there. Thank you, Mike and Hill. And also, remember, it's 2,000 every stream, and I stream twice a day. So everyone can contribute up to 4,000 a day. Easy goal to hit. And Johnny over there on Kick. I see you waving around. And also, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows. I also don't know what that full send is, Ninja. No! Blimp! You could have put those points towards the goal. How you doing, Blimp? How you doing? I wonder if there's a way to do something like GitHub code spaces locally on my phone, on my home system. Found code spaces to be very useful. You could probably set up like a local GitHub code spaces that runs on a home server or something. Look at all of you contributing to the goal. Look at all of you. Playing some Dune right now? Nice. Nice. Most likely I spend more time in Kick. Fair. Fair enough. We need to get this photo base area stuff done. I'm gonna have all images be the same. So the photo base area, it's gonna be like each image is going to be, I think it's, how big did I make the images? This thing here. (192 by 192). Okay. So all images are going to be 192 by 192. So this base area would be 286. If we... let's go up. So 286. We want to add a quarter of 582, which would be, what, 281? No, 291. 291 will give us 582. And then half of that will round down, I think. We'll round down. We're looking at 140.5, so 140. Adding 140 onto this. You gotta be 426. And then we want to subtract half of 192. 190. 214. That doesn't sound, that's not right. Going to be 314 because it was 296. Half of 192. Half of 192. Half of 192. So you're going to be down to 5. You're going to be 96. So you'll be 0, and we've got to take 90 off you to 310. Actually, no. No, I'm going to leave it as 426. Yeah, I'll leave it as 426. Because that means, like, in here, I can just make it the same for all of them. Actually, no, I won't. Do that. So they will be fine. This one, though, is going to add half the monitor width. Monitor text area size X 0.5F. I don't know. I think that's going to be right. We'll see. We'll see how wrong I am. Not quite. It's not quite right, is it? That's fine for now. That's fine. So now, if we go through here, we ask, they don't know what bit them. We ask for the symptoms, we get a bunch of symptoms. Okay. We ask if they can describe it, they say that it's large. Obviously, this is just test dialogue for the time being. We'll have like a bigger description that goes in here. Found them in the garden. What were they doing? They were hiking. That's when it happened. Hiking in the garden. Describe the side of the bite. 2 fang marks. I gotta provide a photo, and then it crashes. And it crashes for no reason. Draw call line, draw questions. There's a setup call, which does this. Let's see, we're going to do photo, load texture. And then bite photo is that. Oh, that's why it broke. Yep. Known answers. Int BP max is going to be questions at byte description, answers at sim none size, and then known answers q byte photo. How strict is RayLib on power of 2 texture size? You can have the texture size as any texture size you want. I'm just doing it as like, I'm just keeping things kind of easy for me to deal with as 2D sort of stuff. Yeah. We can push back. String byte photo answer is going to be text format. Actually, questions at q byte photo, answers at sim none, at get random value between 0 and BP max -1. And then we'll go photo answer in there. That should fix the issue that we just had because it was crashing because we didn't actually have a byte photo answer being selected. So it was trying to access a value from an empty vector. Now we have no photo. There we go. Are you able to send a photo? Yes, sure thing. And then once we actually have a photo drawn and we map it inside the data file requiring no code change whatsoever, it will load, but it will display the byte here. This goes through and populates everything. So now we've got all the information here. And because they know the name of the animal, because they know what they've been bitten by, you'll be able to go into bytes. You'll be able to select that. Actually, you'll be able to go into care. You'll be able to select that animal or that plant or whatever and go and click on treatment or like confirm treatment. And then it'll like go through the dialogue for saying those treatment steps. And then the call will end and you go on to your next call. All right, we'll be able to get that stuff finished off tonight. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're officially a gedunt. The next time you see someone drinking green tea, make sure you go up to them and say, "G'day, I'm a gedunt." And if they're like, "What's a gedunt? What is that?" You say, "It means a good C word." You can say the word if you want to. I'm not going to because Twitch and YouTube won't like that. Yeah. Green tea or green tea. Either one, as long as the tea is green in some way. It could be a St. Patrick's Day tea for all I care. How are you doing? One thing I'm going to do as well, do a make clean. Do a make platform web. Then we're going to go... Shit. God damn it. Alright. Python... Documents, exports, serve, port 8080. Root will be documents, projects, Crikey, source, -n. Now we just make sure that it still works on the web. Woot! Beautiful! St. Paddy's tea is called beer. Wait, is beer just fermented hop tea? I don't know, maybe. I would think... because I do know, like, when I was growing up, tea had two meanings. So when I was growing up, T meant T meant not just the drink, but also it was another way of saying dinner. So, yeah. Tea does have two meanings. The drink and a time for dinner. Exactly, Moonbase. So depending on which one they use in Ireland, Irish tea could just be dinner. As well as, you know, tea with whiskey. Alright, I'm gonna call this stream here. Irish dinner is called beer. That's true. That's true. Same answer. Very true, gamer. Very, very true. I am going to be back in 5 hours. We're going to continue this in 5 hours. We are going to get this gameplay loop finished. And yeah. It's going to be fantastic. Good luck with the game. It's going so well. I'm amazed at how much we've gotten done. And we still have almost 10 whole days done to go. We're going to have this gameplay loop done and a bunch of time to build out the music, implement the sound effects and all that stuff. Yes, Escamina already. We're going to go say hi to Average Goob. He's having a birthday stream. They're doing some Jackbox party pack stuff at the moment. So if you want, you can get in there and do some Jackbox with the Goob. But yeah, I will be back in 5 hours. Hope we get this gameplay loop finished. And have some fun. Just chill out and relax, basically. See yous in 5 hours, you get dunce.